Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check 1 2.
All right, good evening, everybody. We have a busy night. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the San Marcos CISD School Board. It is 6 o'clock in our central offices. I would like to welcome everybody. This is a meeting and remind everybody that this is a meeting held in public, not a meeting of the public. You're invited to observe and listen as the board conducts its business. During the public forum portion of the meeting, you are welcome to address the board per our published guidelines. All items that will be discussed and voted on this evening have been posted as required by law. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings Act, this proceeding is being recorded and will become part of the San Marcos CISD permanent legal record. In accordance with state law and district policy, disruptive conduct must be avoided so as to not interfere with the meeting. This statement serves as the first warning from the presiding officer to the public that if an individual decides to disrupt the meeting, assistance from law enforcement officials will be requested to have said individual removed. Thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you for your support of San Marcos CISD. And I am declaring us in session, and we have a quorum with all board members present in person. And I would like to invite Miss Perkins, the proud principal of Mendez Elementary School, and her strikers to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
People said that we got some seats up front for parents.
There's also seats up front if people want to come sit up there.
Hi, my name is Micaela Saldaña.
Hello, my name is Jesus Guevara.
Hello, my name is Grant Nell.
Hello, my name is Camila Guevara.
Okay. Start.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro unidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great work, y'all. Great work. Thank you, Miss Perkins. You guys have a terrific summer. Thank you, sweetheart. Have a great night.
Thank you.
All right, next we have public forum. We have several speakers this evening. The first is Matthew Young.
Good evening, President Halsey, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Cardona, and all those present tonight. As we close out the school year, I do not want to speak only about scores, calendars, or budgets. I want to speak about the people. A school year does not happen by accident. It happens because teachers showed up tired and they still gave their best. Because instructional assistants sat beside students who needed extra support. Because counselors carried stories that never showed up on a report. Because custodians, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, nurses, office staff, substitutes, interventionists, special education teams, and administrators kept showing up. And when the work got heavy, and I'm going to tell you this year, the work was heavy. There were days when staff walked into the building carrying their own worries, bills, insurance, groceries, childcare, health care, their own families, their own health, and they still found a way to smile at somebody, someone else's child. That matters. For some students, that smile was the safest part of the day. For some students, school was a place where somebody noticed that they were really struggling. For some students, one adult saying, "I'm glad you're here today," may have been the thing that kept them going. That is why budgets, insurance, and staffing decisions matter so much, because behind every line item is a person. And if we want students to feel valued, then the adults serving them must be valued as well. Passion is powerful, but passion doesn't pay medical bills. Commitment is beautiful, but commitment doesn't cover rising insurance costs. Love for students is real, but love alone cannot keep great people in our district. So as this board moves into budget renewals, conversations about compensation, benefits, and insurance, I ask that we remember the human side of every decision. Because when we invest in staff, what we're really investing in is stability. When we protect our employees, we protect our students. And when we take care of our people who take care of our children, our entire community becomes stronger. Students do not remember the budget spreadsheet. They remember the teacher. They remember the bus driver. They remember the instructional assistant. They remember the counselor. They remember the adult who made them feel safe, seen, and worth fighting for. So my ask tonight is simple. Take care of the people who take care of our children. To every employee who stayed, who served, and carried more than people know, you're not just part of the school system, you're the reason it still works. Take care of those who take care of others. As we say in many of our homes, cuiden a quienes cuiden. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Young. The second speaker this evening is Kate McIntyre.
Good evening. My name is Kate McIntyre. I live at 201 Ridgewood in San Marcos, and I've been an ELA teacher at Goodnight Middle School for the past 4 years, but this is my first time at a board meeting in person. I'm here speaking now because this is my last week in this district. When I was first hired, we were strongly warned against speaking to the board. I invite those listening to consider why a school district might be so afraid of what its teachers have to say. What I have seen over the past 4 years is a pervasive distrust of teachers. I've witnessed a drastic reduction in teacher freedom in the classroom as the district turns toward curriculum mandates, insisting that all lessons come from McGraw-Hill, which led every English teacher except me to leave the department at Goodnight. Now the district is turning toward AI. 100% of secondary ELA lessons delivered to teachers by the district this year were written by ChatGPT. Aside from ethical considerations, these lessons are riddled with basic factual errors. Teachers, including but not limited to myself, have raised this issue to campus and district leadership repeatedly. We were told, and I quote, "The board loves AI." I invite you to comment on the truth of that statement tonight. Let me be very clear. I am not here today because I think teaching should be easier. Teachers should be constantly learning and have a strong understanding of their content, of current pedagogical research, and of their students. Teaching should not be a matter of following a script written by those who have never set foot in this community. Every dollar, every minute spent on lessons from outside of the community depletes our community resources. We should be building strong teachers and students here in San Marcos. Our community deserves better. I have been told that the reason for all of this is the fear that our low scores will lead to a state takeover. But history shows again and again that compliance only emboldens fascists. What began as a series of mandates regarding testing and curriculum has now turned into attacks on our most marginalized community members. After Texas passed SB 12, prohibiting student clubs for LGBTQ students and the use of students' preferred names and pronouns at school, teachers received no guidance about how to support those students, despite the fact that almost half of LGBTQ youth in Texas seriously considered suicide in 2024. The district has remained similarly silent as student after student has disappeared from our classrooms due to ICE abductions. In fact, the only time this district has taken a stance on this issue was to quash student protests by threatening intense repercussions for anyone willing to take a stand. I love teaching in this community, and for that reason I feel compelled to say I have never been more ashamed to be a rattler than I was that day. I do not believe that members of this board consider themselves supporters of these policies, and yet we are materially supporting them every day. Time and time again, SMCSD seems to be acting in the belief that if we just stay quiet and follow instructions, we will be spared. Tell that to the student who disappeared from my classroom. What is avoiding a state takeover worth if we have already followed every morally bankrupt dictum? James Baldwin said it best, "I can't believe what you say because I see what you do." I beg you, on behalf of teachers and students who will be here next year and may not feel safe to speak, to stand for something. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. The next speaker is Reverend Jim Davis.
Greetings, Superintendent and school board members. My attention was first brought to the school library books while taking time for 40 days of prayer for my country. Reports are that over 500,000 unaccompanied children crossed our border from years 2021 to 2024, with many more undetected gotaways. I came to realize that my country has become the financial capital of the world in child pornography, child sexual abuse, and the worst form of slavery, child trafficking. The Trump administration has recently rescued 35,000 trafficked children. The co-owner of Pornhub reports an annual revenue of $97 billion. USA Today reported in 2023 the adult entertainment market was valued at more than $172 billion. With its growth expected to reach close to $250 billion by 2030. With the help of graphic promotion of immoral sexual behavior in our public school libraries, it's not unreasonable to think that the porn industry will reach or break their projected goal. If you don't believe it, the porn industry goal, you can find for yourself books like Here We Are, Feminism for the Real World, where QR codes and websites lead to recorded deviant sexual behavior in the books made available in our schools. A web search for girls under 18 or 14-year-olds leads, in each case, to more than 100,000 videos. Most aren't of children being assaulted, but some are. Why should the public tax dollars be spent on bait for pedophiles and for the porn industry's greedy financial goals? Again, I would share with you what Jesus had to say about children. He said, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him if a great millstone were hung around his neck and he were thrown into the sea." Do them right. Get these books out of our schools. We've had many of them read here. They don't belong being read by minors. And I pray that you will consider removing these books and doing right by these children. I know that you care about them, but this is a serious thing, and I know that you understand, especially you men, how serious pornography can be in regard to addictive behaviors and how it ruins families and many things. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker this evening is Nicole Yonker.
Good evening, President Halsey, Board of Trustees, Dr. Cardona. Nicole Yonker, Mendez Elementary, speaking as President of San Marcos Educators Association. I spoke at the last board meeting on the importance of providing a meaningful raise for district employees. Times are indeed tough for public school finances. We have seen the state failing in its duty to adequately fund our schools. As a result, we're seeing on tonight's agenda several options for next year's employee compensation that fall short of providing the necessary investment in one of the district's most important resources, its workforce. 4 compensation options are presented for discussion and review in the board book. We believe that only option 4, which involves a 2% raise for employees, represents a meaningful raise in the current climate of rising inflation and the increasing cost of living. San Marcos CISD is already trailing the other Austin area districts in terms of pay. None of the other options for consideration will help our district become competitive and will only serve to make it harder for the district to recruit and retrain the staff we need. Specifically, option 1, which is being recommended by the district, would result in employees taking home less next year than this year. We cannot entertain this option as it will result in a mass exodus of employees from this district. Morale is already strained, and compensation decisions like this would further risk damaging trust and retention. I am pleased to see the district has costed a $1 per hour raise for hourly employees. They are our lowest paid employees. We have 11 grades for paraprofessional and auxiliary, where the minimum wage in each pay grade falls below $22 per hour. According to MIT Living Wage Calculator, $22 per hour is considered to be the living wage for the Austin area, including San Marcos. Our employees deserve to live with dignity and for one job to be enough. San Marcos Educators declares its support for these employees to receive at least $1 per hour raise. While it's understood that these asks may result in a deficit budget, the district can weather this storm by pulling from its fund balance, which is very healthy. We must not be penny wise and dollar foolish. Turnover of staff costs money in terms of retraining and hurts the consistency of our educational program. We must be bold, we must be courageous. We are urging the board to strongly consider the option 4 compensation plan, which accurately reflects employees' contributions, helps retain experienced staff, and demonstrates genuine respect for the people who keep this district running every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jonker. At this time, I would like to, on behalf of the school board and this community, thank Trustee Margie Villalpando for her 22 years of dedicated service, leadership, and commitment to our district and service students. Margie, your contributions have made a lasting impact, and we're sincerely grateful for your years of service. At this time, we would like to present you with this award in recognition of your dedication and contributions to the SMC ISD School Board for these many years.
We have one more, Margie. Ms. Villalpando. For 22 years of dedicated service as a trustee, we honor and thank you for your commitment to our students, staff, families, and community. Throughout your years of service, you helped guide the district through moments of growth, challenge, and change. You took part in the important decisions regarding employee salaries, bonds, district policies, and educational opportunities that shaped the future of our schools. Your leadership was especially meaningful during some of the most difficult times our community faced, including the COVID-19 pandemic. During a time filled with uncertainty, strong emotions, and different opinions, you remained committed to listening, serving, and making decisions with the best interests of students and staff at heart. Serving as a trustee requires courage, patience, compassion, and dedication. Your willingness to stand firm during difficult discussions while continuing to advocate for education in our community reflects true public service. Your legacy will live on through the positive impact you made on generations of students and the lasting contributions you made to this district. With sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you for the 22 years of exceptional service. Our art students at the San Marcos High School made you this wonderful mug that you can drink. And this bowl that you can eat your menudo with. Yeah, you should.
And there's one more. You can take it.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you all.
And with that, she's gone.
We'll see you there. Now we will canvass the results of the May 2nd election. Dr. Cardona.
Madam President, on January 20th, 2026, the board approved the order of election for May 2nd, 2026, for the purpose of electing 3 trustees to represent single-member District 1, single-member District 2, and single-member District 3. The filing period for candidates began on January 14th, 2026, and concluded on February 13th, 2026 at 5 p.m. The deadline to file a declaration of write-in candidacy was February 17, 2026 at 5 p.m. On May 2nd, 2026, during a special board meeting, the board canceled the election scheduled for single members Districts 1, 2, and 3. At that meeting, the certificate of unopposed candidates was presented and the board adopted the order of cancellation for the election scheduled to be held on May 2nd, 2026. The following candidates were declared elected to serve full 3-year terms as trustees. Single-member District 1, Pastor Jessica Kane. Single-member District 3, Ms. Sandra Sepulveda Lopez. Due to the absence of applications for a place on the ballot for single-member District 2, it is declared that there is no candidate elected for that position. Therefore, the position is deemed vacant. The vacancy shall be addressed in accordance with applicable law.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, this is to certify that at a general election held on May 2nd, 2026, Jessica Lee Matlock Kane was duly elected trustee District 1. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, this is to certify that at a general election held May 2nd, 2026, Sandra Sepulveda Lopez was duly elected trustee District 3. And now, this time, you should both read the statement of the officer and sign it. Go ahead.
All right. I, Jessica Lee Matlack Kane, do solemnly swear that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God.
I, Sandra Sepulveda Lopez, do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God.
Great. And I believe we have Judge Maggie Hernandez here to administer your oaths of office. So if you all want to go up in front of the podium. Sure.
Separate.
Okay.
It's not true.
It's their choice.
Yeah, you can do just the first. Am I going to the mic or is you use the mic? Okay.
Do you want your family to stand up behind you?
Yes. You have to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jessica Lee Matlock Kane.
I, Jessica Lee Matlack Kane,
Do solemnly swear.
That I will
faithfully execute the duties.
That I will faithfully execute the duties.
Of the office of San Marcos School Board Member District 1.
Of the office of San Marcos School District School Board Member 1.
Of the state of Texas.
Of the state of Texas.
And will to the best of my ability.
And will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution and laws of the United States.
The Constitution and laws of the United States.
And of this state.
And of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
No speeches.
I, Sandra Sepulveda Lopez,
I, Sandra Sepulveda Lopez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of San Marcos School Board Member District 3
of San Marcos School Board Member District 3
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me
So help me
God.
God.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge Hernandez, and congratulations. Congratulations, Reverend Kane and Ms. Lopez, and thank you for your continued good service on this board. The next item this evening is Dr. Cardona's superintendent report.
Madam President, members of the board, we have several many student recognitions. As you can tell, we have a lot of students doing a lot of great work. But first, we want to recognize our campus attendance winners, Dr. Monica Valadez.
Good evening, President Halsey School Board Trustees and Dr. Cardona. Today, not much of a surprise in elementary, but, so April leaders was Hernandez Elementary with 96.48 in their ADA for the month of April. And again, our goal is 95%. And I am sorry, I don't have my phone with me. I left it at home, but you got it. Okay,
Justice.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Justice. And then for our secondary, for April, leader was Miller at 94.15% in their ADA. Very nice. Congratulations. Thank you.
And then if I could have Mr. C.J. Odom, our Director of Career and Technology, with some more recognitions.
Good evening, Board. I'm joined with Dr. Guajardo to celebrate some San Marcos High School students that have had a fantastic year. This has been easily the most successful year for CTSOs, Career and Technical Student Organizations, in a variety of programs of study. And we had a whole rush of them over the course of March and April that we're able to get to you today to celebrate. So we're going to begin with Skills USA, which is a Career and Technical Student Organization for a variety of programs. And today we're celebrating the work in fashion design and in cosmetology. This year we were fortunate to have a multitude of students from those programs qualify for the Skills USA State Championships. And first we'd like to recognize the 4 students from the fashion design program that not only got to state but also earned top honors. And these students were led by their teacher, Amanda Connor. And so the following 3 students, one of which was able to join us tonight, earned blue ribbons as top designs in their category at the state championships. And this included Emma Polk, Kinsey Neiman, and Jada Lopez. Come on up. And then the next student was named at the state championships the overall best in show for her design. And we would like to congratulate Alinda Lozano.
Is Ms. Connor here?
Also in Skills USA in cosmetology a group of 22 students, far and away more than we've ever had happen before, qualified for those Skills USA State Championships. And we will now recognize the 12 students that earned top honors. These students were led by their teacher, Brandy Lopez, who is here with us tonight. Come on up. So we will begin with the 9 state blue ribbon winners, and one of those will be able to join us today. That includes Angelica Khan, Paulina Carrion, Brianna Salazar, Holly Bishop, Savannah Flores, Jacob Gonzalez, Jaslyn Longoria, Caitlin Slickerman, and Camila Herrera. Camila is here to join us. One student placed 5th overall in the state in the cosmetology skills contest, so congratulations to Jada Lopez. One more student placed 5th overall in the state in barbering skills contest. Congratulations to Josiah Henderson. And ultimately, one student won the overall state gold medal in aesthetics, and that congratulations goes to Evelyn Sanchez.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
But wait, there's more. So HOSA is the CTE student organization for future healthcare professionals, and this year 5 students placed in the top 10 at state, and with 1 student earning a qualification to the national championships in Indianapolis. Their teachers are Megan Botting, Jennifer Hargraves, Garvin Smith, and Jack Davis, 2 of which are with us today. Come on up. First off, in the emergency medical technician team, they finished in the top 10 in the state, and this is the team of Aubrey Auert and Aubrey Barnett. Also finishing in the state top 10 was the student in the National Geographic Academic Testing in Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry. Congratulations to William Shepis. This next student placed 5th overall in the state in the clinical lab science event. Congratulations goes to Rice Tips. And this HOSA member placed 3rd overall in home health aid and will be heading to the national championships representing San Marcos. Congratulations to Lorraine Fraserand.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thanks, y'all.
As you can tell, it has been an eventful last couple of months at the high school. We're really excited. So next up is our FFA teams. We have 2 teams we're recognizing today. These FFA, of course, is a student organization preparing members for leadership and careers in the science, business, and technology of agriculture. They compete in the spring in career development events, where this year 2 teams, 1 district, and area qualifying events to earn their way to the FFA state championship. First up is the agronomy team, led by their teacher, Joseph Nino. This team develops an oral presentation and a written plan to address a scenario in a situation involving the science and technology of field crop production and soil management, and finished 6th place overall in the state. This team is made up of Jackson Ubin, Jessica Perez, Chaz Collins, and the final member of the agronomy team that placed 6th with his team, but was also the overall individual state champion, and that is Mr. Rice Tips.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank y'all.
And so our other FFA team to make it to state was the floriculture team, who trains to identify and evaluate cut flowers, plants, and floral designs and compete in a written exam on propagation and production of floral products. This team outworked literally every team in the state as they brought home the overall FFA state championship. They're led by their teacher, Fallon Drennan. The state championship team is made up of Ivory Mendoza, Nico Quintanilla, a student who also placed individually 8th place overall in the state, and that is Tristan Toscano. And the final member of the floriculture team not only won the state title with her team, but was also the overall individual FFA state champion, and that is Natalie Ganado.
We'll do waist up. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Congrats.
Thank you, board, for your support of these organizations and these programs of study all the time, and we're really excited to have brought them to you today.
Lots of great stuff happening out at that high school. So one more recognition, that's our athletic director, Coach Walsh.
Last but not least, I would like to recognize our state medalist, pole vaulter, Nelly Moritz Barbosa. If you'll come up. Her coach is head coach Michelle Washington, Kobe Vadrine, and then Leslie Adamson. Come up, please. Talk about the coaches for a second. Michelle Washington's been at Miller Middle School as our girls coordinator for 8 years. She has always set a high standard, but always, since I've been here, told me she wanted to have aspirations to be a high school head track coach. And last year it came open and she took over the boys and girls head track, continues to be our coordinator. Took on a lot, but she has a high standard at Miller and she brought that high standard to the high school. I was a head track coach 20 years ago before I became a football coach. I love track, but she is track stupid. She loves it. Coach Vadrine is our pole vault coach, and I'll come back to him in a second. Leslie Adams is no longer coaching with us. She's raising her family, but she was. It's uncommon at high schools in America to have a pole vault coach. It's just a unique event, and I'll explain what Nellie actually does here in a second. But it's to have Leslie at the middle school, and she actually coached all our middle schools, all our high schools when she was on staff, and continues to stay. You go to a track meet, she's at the track meet supporting Nellie. Now there's another. Brooklyn is her name, right? You have to have a private coach to teach you this. And Leslie's one of those. Brooklyn, Glenn, and Isaac, am I right there? I've seen Brooklyn at the meets, and here's how UIO works. They cannot coach her at a meet. Coach Vadrine is our pole vault coach, but he's more of a defensive tackle coach than he's a pole vault coach. So the rules are, she can only talk to him. So for 2 years, I've watched Kobe with his phone. She calls Coach V, yes. She says something. He runs to the stands. Brooklyn says something. Leslie says, he runs back and forth. But for 2 years, I think through osmosis, he's learned a little bit of pole vault. It's a good team. It's a good system. Let's talk about Nellie. Here's what pole vault is. Long jump, triple jump, pole vault, high jump. Running down a runway and your approach takes a lot of work. And just take high jump. You have to be perfect on your approach to get a height or to compete at the state level. She has to do it with a 12-foot pole, 14-foot pole, however long your poles are. She's got about 6 of them. She's got to move the standards back and forth, plant the pole in a metal box, bend the pole perfectly at an angle, be upside down where her head's facing the track, her feet are facing heaven, and then somehow get over that bar. Here's what she did. Not only did she cleared 12'6" and something, right? A quarter, 2 quarters, 3 quarters. And that's her personal best. At the state meet, there's 9 vaulters at the 6A level. She finished on the podium 3rd. But overall, I looked up every classification. There were only 3 girls that completed that went over 13 foot. So not only is she in the elite in 6A and in the state of Texas, she's a junior, only 6 inches away, and with a bright future for next year to become a state champion. She works hard. You can see a champion in the summers. When the coach doesn't tell you to be there, she's always there by herself, asking for a key to get in the weight room, running by herself. So congratulations, Nellie.
Will you hop in one?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, perfect. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank y'all.
Madam President, that completes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Congratulations to everybody. Have a great summer. Thanks for all your hard work. The next item on our agenda this evening are reports and information items for the board. The first one is our mental health awareness proclamation. It's going to be read this evening by trustee Clem Cantu.
Whereas the Core 4 Partnership, City of San Marcos, Hays County, San Marcos CISD, and Texas State University, through the SMTX Mental Health Coalition, Health Hays Coalition, and its members and partners recognize that mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and act. It also affects how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices. And whereas the mental health is foundational to our wellness, allows us to care for ourselves and others, and make valuable contributions to San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District. And whereas with early and effective interventions, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full productive lives. And whereas a lack of mental health awareness leads to devastating impacts on the well-being of individuals and communities. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen share the responsibility to learn about mental health and to promote wellness and support prevention efforts. And whereas San Marcos CISD, Project Aware, the Core 4 Partnership, San Marcos Texas Mental Health Coalition, Community Action, Inc. of Central Texas, Youth Task Force, Healthy Hays Coalition, Hill Country MHDD Centers, Communities and Schools of Central Texas, Senecor Foundation, Greater San Marcos Youth Council, community partners, and care providers collaborate to reduce stigma and to provide education and awareness of prevention, early intervention, and treatment resources for mental health. And do hereby call upon the people of San Marcos to support San Marcos CISD, the San Marcos Texas Mental Health Coalition, the Youth Task Force, and the Core 4 Partnership by supporting efforts to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. Therefore, the San Marcos CISD Board of Trustees do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in San Marcos, Texas.
Thank you, Trustee Cantu. I believe we have two of our school counselors here.
Good evening, President Halsley, trustees, and Dr. Cardona. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Ms. Cristal Lopez, who oversees our Core 4 Partnership work. She cannot be here tonight, so I'm sharing her words on her behalf. Thank you for your continued support of efforts that strengthen the well-being of our students and the broader community. We appreciate your leadership and commitment to these important priorities. As we recognize Mental Health Awareness Month, we take time to highlight the importance of supporting the mental and emotional well-being of our students, family, and staff. This month also reminds us of the value of encouraging open, constructive conversations about mental health and making sure help is available when it is needed. Schools are an important part of this effort by connecting students with trusted adults and providing access to support services. Additionally, we recognize the school district's vital contribution to the strengthening community partnerships, including the Core 4 Partnership and SMTX Mental Health Coalition. These collaborative efforts help minimize the barriers and create meaningful opportunities to connect and leverage local resources in supporting our students. And if you are here from one of the organizations that was named. Would you please stand if you're here to support that? I know that we have a couple of our people that she listed off. Thank you.
And why don't we go ahead and skip to item 3 and do the Core 4 Youth Task Force senior recognitions, since we're here.
Okay. Good evening to you all again. And once again, I am reading on representing Ms. Cristal Lopez. Thank you for the opportunity to recognize one of our outstanding Youth Task Force members. The Youth Task Force serves as a youth-led advisory group to the Core 4 Partnership, bringing together students from across San Marcos CISD and Hays County to build leadership skills, engage in meaningful dialogue, and provide input on issues that impact young people in our community. Through this experience, students develop skills in public speaking, collaboration, civic engagement, and decision-making. The Youth Task Force is grounded in the positive youth development framework, an evidence-based approach that views young people as assets to be nurtured rather than problems to be fixed, and focuses on building the skills, resilience, and supportive environments they need to thrive. Today, we are proud to honor Jaden Stagel, a graduating senior and a dedicated leader within the Youth Task Force. For the past 2 years, Jaden has served in key leadership roles as both a liaison and secretary, roles that require strong organization, responsibility, and a commitment to supporting both his peers and adult partners. In these roles, he has helped ensure our meetings run effectively by managing agendas and minutes and by keeping our work focused and moving forward. Jaden is a strong example of the impact of the positive youth development approach through his time with the Youth Task Force. He has demonstrated a strong work ethic, thoughtful organization, and a genuine ability to connect with others. He approaches his work with empathy, listens with intention, and helps create a space where all voices are valued and respected. During his time in the Youth Task Force, Jaden has contributed on planning and implementing the Youth Leadership Conference, supporting service-based projects such as creating care kits for our unhoused neighbors, and partnered with organizations like San Marcos Housing Authority to serve seniors and individuals with disabilities. More important, Jaden understands the value of community, that meaningful change happens when we work together and leverage our collective strengths. Jaden, your leadership and dedication have made a lasting impact on Youth Task Force and our broader community. We are incredibly proud of you and excited to see what you accomplish next, especially as you continue your educational journey at Texas State University. Eat 'em up, cats. That's not on here. Congratulations on your graduation. Please join me in congratulating Jaden Stagel for his outstanding service and leadership with the Youth Task Force.
Congratulations, Jaden. The last item in our reports and information is a little bit different. We don't typically do things this way, but tonight we've heard a lot about all the various CTE programs that we run. Tonight we're going to get to have a little preview of one of the programs that will be going to the national competition. Mr. Odom.
Thank you again, Board. And thank you, Ms. Halsey, for requesting this and having a chance to showcase this. So earlier this semester, students from our TAFE organization, the Student Group for Future Educators, competed in various contests that resulted in 18 students making their way to their state championship, with 5 students qualifying for nationals across 3 different events. And one of those teams will now be featured here today. This is the Ethical Dilemma team. They must debate an ethical education-related dilemma for the judges. This year's dilemma centered around a school and parents discussing AI-related issues. The team will now give a demonstration of what they have worked on for this event, and this team consists of Mabry Kratz, Georgia Riccio, Sam Salmi, and Juliet Riccio.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Salmi.
I'm Mabry Kratz.
I'm Juliet Riccio.
And I'm Georgia Riccio. This year's Educators Rising Ethical Dilemma Scenario takes place at an open house event at a high school where the principal invites parents to ask questions about the upcoming school year.
I'm concerned about the use of artificial intelligence in the schools. I've heard that some teachers are relying heavily on AI for lesson planning, and I'm worried about the impact on instructional quality. Is AI truly being used to enhance student learning or simply as a shortcut?
Interesting question. I would like to turn this over to one of our teachers, Mrs. Chin.
Pause. Miss Chin is a first-year teacher at our school. She was previously mentored by another teacher, Mr. Percy, and is now teaching 10th grade physics. Miss Chin is proud to contribute to the planning committee this evening, but this question is difficult for her to answer because Miss Chin can recall that her mentor teacher used AI tools extensively for lesson plans, assessments, and classroom activities.
When responding to the parent, Ms. Chin should consider 4 key points.
Number 1, there is currently a lack of laws regarding the use of artificial intelligence in education, meaning that this parent's question has no concrete answer.
Number 2, AI technology is in rapid development and the possibilities of AI are always changing.
Number 3, there are benefits and drawbacks to using AI. When creating policies, school districts should consider both the positives and the negatives.
Number 4, as an educator, Ms. Chin needs to remain neutral and professional. Her answer should not negatively reflect your school, nor should it invalidate the parents' concerns.
To create our solution, we've researched laws regarding the use of artificial intelligence in education, as well as the conduct that teachers should uphold during teacher-parent discussions.
The Office of Educational Technology states that 25 countries have introduced legislative proposals regarding AI in education. These proposals consider the intersection of AI and students with disabilities, the rapid advancement of AI, and how to navigate its safe usage, ultimately suggesting that school districts utilize the potential of this technology with caution.
We also found that many districts restrict who should communicate with parents about district policies. It is possible that Ms. Chen is prohibited from communicating existing AI practices by her school. When responding to this parent, Ms. Chen should remain neutral and factual, avoiding taking a direct stance on AI or misrepresenting her district in a negative way.
So how should Ms. Chin respond to the parent's question? Let's go back to our scenario.
Technology is always developing. With AI becoming such a prominent discussion in the classroom, it is difficult to make a blanket statement regarding the use of AI. Hearing your concern, I look forward to working with our principal and district to collaborate on a district policy for AI for both students and teachers.
This is a strong response because Ms. Chin does not show her opinion or push an opinion onto the audience. She simply provides a solution for how the district could respond and implement an AI policy.
Ms. Chin needs to address these problems brought up in the meetings to her higher-ups. She should encourage the district to have further consideration of AI policies after the parent's concern is brought to their attention.
After the PTA meeting, Ms. Chin should discuss with her superintendent and principal about the implementation of an AI policy to clarify some uncertainty within their community. She should express the need for an explicit policy that shows teachers how to navigate AI in the classroom.
Hopefully, after discussions with the school board, Ms. Chen's district will create a policy regarding the use of AI in education.
When creating a policy, the district should consider 6 main points.
Number 1, what purpose would the AI serve in the classroom? AI is beneficial when used as guidance, not as a crutch. For example, students with disabilities or those who are multilingual may now have access to more tools, as teachers can adapt their lesson using AI to benefit all types of learners.
2. AI opens up a wide range of misinformation. Students must learn how to navigate around what is being provided by AI by making smart and independent decisions.
Number 3, the district should make sure that AI is used properly in lesson planning. The usage and need for AI differs extremely by class. When creating policies, especially district-wide ones, it is necessary to effectively provide structure for the differing classes.
Number 4, AI poses many concerns in school. Personal information security are at risk when using such a wide resource. Another problem arises when teachers overuse AI. Their lessons become less and less personal and professional. While computer-generated lessons may be an easy resource, they should not be used at the expense of teachers' creativity and the importance of demonstrating thought process and originality for students.
While AI such as ChatGPT are advertised as ways to make work more efficient, we all know how easy it is to take advantage of this resource to cheat on your homework. This is a huge concern in the world of education, and any policies regarding AI should be preventative of cheating.
Number 6, AI is an ever-developing technology, which is important because we do not fully understand its capabilities and how it should be regulated in the classroom. Districts should be ready to change and adjust any policy regarding the use of AI, and shouldn't attempt to find a definite answer to how involved AI should be in the classroom as it rapidly changes.
With all this in mind, we firmly believe the best way to address this dilemma is to have Ms. Chin stay neutral throughout the meeting, as to not create confusion between district and teacher statements. After the meeting, Ms. Chin should address her higher-ups on the lack of AI policies and the concerns of the parents. This provides them with a standpoint and a foundation to base the policies upon. By considering the ethical concern and suggestion from pre-existing sources, we can support the conclusion that the creation of a district-wide AI policy would be the best way to address this dilemma.
Thank you for your time.
Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. Don't we get to ask you all questions? Just tell us when's your next, where are you doing your presentation next?
We are competing in Portland, Oregon on June 20th.
Excellent. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
I have a question on that presentation. Are the students recommending that they be involved in the district policy setting up, the setting up of the district policy for AI? Are y'all recommending that in any part of your presentation?
That the students should be involved?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so, because the policies are directly affecting students and teachers, even though teachers are probably the primary deciding factor in what this policy would look like, or teachers and district members. Students really should be involved in a discussion about what that policy should look like.
And also it depends on what course the student is wanting to go into and is studying to be a part of in the workforce, because it just depends. We can see that a lot of them are focusing on using AI while some of them are completely ignoring it. And so it's really imperative that students are there when it's discussed.
I just think that you all had a good presentation, and I thought that students should be involved in the policy making, since they will hear from the teachers what the policy is.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all. The next item is an update from operations on our child nutrition summer program.
Hello. Good evening. How are you all? Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Cardona. My name is Melba Perez, Child Nutrition Director, and tonight I'm here to share information about our upcoming summer nutrition program. Okay, SMCISD participates in a seamless summer option to ensure students continue to have access to nutritious meals while school is out. Free meals are available to all children, 18 and under, and up to 21 for individuals with disabilities at designated meal sites with no ID or registration required. While the Texas Department of Agriculture requires districts participating in the National School Lunch Program to operate the seamless summer option for at least 30 days, SMCISD goes beyond the requirement by continuing meal service throughout the summer to better support our students, families, and children of our community. Beginning June 1st, SMCISD will continue offering free breakfasts and lunch meals at the designated campuses listed on this slide. In addition, free lunches will be provided through the listed community partnerships and the Purple Bus to help reach more children and families across San Marcos community. I would also like to share that this summer we have added a new meal site in a rural area at Staples United Methodist Church, which will operate in June. We are hoping this site will help us reach more children in this rural area. All meal sites will operate Monday through Thursday with closure during the district shutdown from June 29th through July 3rd and resume service on July 6th at designated sites as listed here on this slide. This slide shows participation data from the past 2 summers, including the number of operating sites and the number of meals served in the summer nutrition program. SMCISD has continued working to expand access to summer meals through additional community and mobile meal sites to better serve families across our district. While participation naturally decreases later in the summer, particularly in July, the program continues to be an important resource for students and families who rely on access to nutritious meals during the summer months. This slide highlights a few photos from last summer's nutrition program showing the great work our team did and the positive impact it has on our students, children, and community. The district welcomes all families and students to join us this summer. We look forward to serving and feeding the children in our community and seeing everyone at our meal sites this summer. In closing, we will make meal site information, including summer meals, available soon on the Summer 2026 page of our district website. That concludes tonight's presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to share this with you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. We appreciate everything that y'all do.
Thank you.
Ms. Halsey, if
Mr. Arana?
possible, could we pull up executive session items A, B, and C in order of the agenda and take care of those now?
So the entirety of closed session?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you making that motion?
Yes.
All in favor of moving into closed session, please raise your hand. That motion carries 6-0. The board will now, as authorized by section 551.074 and 551.075 of the Texas Government Code and section 11.060 of the Education Code, move into closed session.
Alicia, do I just take this? Okay.
Okay, I'm calling the meeting back to order. It is 8:58. At this time, the board will take action on items discussed in closed session. The first item is item A, consideration and possible approval of the Assistant Superintendent of Academics. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move that we accept the recommendation to offer this position to Dr. Guajardo as discussed in closed session.
Second.
A motion made, a motion seconded. Is there any discussion? Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Guajardo. We appreciate the work that you have done at the high school, and we look forward to seeing what you do in this new capacity. Item B is going to be an appointment to represent the single-member District 2 on the Board of Trustees. Is there a motion?
President Halsey. Thank you, President Halsey. I move that the Board of Trustees of the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District appoint Freddie Orlando Duran to serve as trustee for single-member District 2 effective immediately. In accordance with Section 11.060 of the Texas Education Code, Mr. Duran will serve in this capacity until the next uniform election date in May 2027, at which time the position shall be placed on the ballot for the remainder of unexpired term, if applicable under state law. I further move that the board authorize the administration to complete all necessary filings, notifications, and oath requirements associated with this appointment.
I'll second that.
Motion made and motion seconded. Any questions, any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Sorry, Mr. McLaughlin, did you raise your hand? Okay, got it. That motion also carries 6-0. Thanks, everyone. Now we will return to the regularly scheduled portion of this meeting. And we are at the approval of the consent agenda items.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That motion carries 6-0. Made by McLaughlin, seconded Arredondo. Items for action, the Board of Trustees will now consider electing a TASB delegate and an alternate delegate to represent the district at the TASB Delegate Assembly. First, I would like to ask if there are any volunteers to serve in this capacity.
I'll volunteer to serve in that capacity.
Ms. Cantu?
And I'll volunteer to serve as the alternate.
Great. Any discussion of that? Seeing none, I will nominate Ms. Cantu to serve as the delegate and Ms. Lopez to serve as the alternate delegate.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Thank you, Ms. Cantu and Ms. Lopez. Academics, consider the approval of the 2026-2027 curriculum and grading guidelines. Do we have a presentation on this?
I'll move to approve the 26-27 curriculum grading guidelines. Really had no substantive changes from last year.
I'll second.
Any other questions, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed, that motion carries 6-0. Item 2, discussion and approval of the optional flexible school day program OFSDP application for the 2026-27 school year for SMCISD.
Hi there, good evening, board. We do not have a presentation, but we are here if there's any questions. It is an annual application that must be submitted. I'm here with Principal Velasquez and Assistant Principal Ms. Lucio. They're running our San Marcos Excel Academy, where the optional flexible school day has been very successful. And this is district-wide, so it's open to any students across the grade levels who meet the qualifying criteria for optional flexible school day program.
Ms. Halsey, I'll move that we approve the optional flexible school day schedule as presented by staff.
I'll second that, but I do have a question. When you say successful, can you give us an idea of what success looks like in these terms?
Sure.
So we started optional flexible school day at the Excel Academy last year. We inherited about 70 kids into the program when we took over in October at the Lamar campus. And of the 70, we graduated 60. This year we started with 14 kids. We grew that into 102. We're graduating approximately 50. 54 will be returning to us. We have recovered 5 students at the ages of 19 to 20, and they've all graduated with their high school diploma. Because of the optional flexible school day, they are able to work around their work schedules, work around parenting, work around other situations that are very specialized and very unique to them. And so we do have a lot of kids that would have otherwise dropped out come into our campus and work. We're also now attracting students from other districts that want to come in and work on our optional flexible school day, or OFSD, so that they can work quickly and accelerate through the program from home and then come and proctor test at the campus. And so we're hoping to lean into it a lot more in the coming years, starting with 54 instead of 14. I think this year we're going to build bigger capacity, and then we've been working on mainly on the structures of what our expectations are for our students as far as progress goes. But they get to work from home, and we do get ADA if they are working from home. We get ADA if they show up for at least 45 minutes in the school day, which is what they need to do to test. And so we've been working on setting our foundation, and we hope to lean into the OFSD more so that we can attract more kids that a traditional high school is not the best setting for them.
Terrific. That sounds wonderful. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Thank you. Item C, Human Resources, consideration and possible action of compensation for the 2026-2027 school year.
Good evening, Board. I'm Stephanie Munoz, Chief of Human Resources. And before we begin, we wanted to provide a little bit of clarification on our natatorium that was proposed at our last meeting.
Okay. I got the short version or the long version. We're moving fast here. Which one y'all want?
Short.
Okay, good. The tile was not even supposed to be on the workshop y'all had. Yeah, and because in cabinet, we were working on budget, each department working on budget cuts, and one of them was a meal, our meal budget that we use for athletes, and we took that away. We're going to raise it in other ways. The second one was downsize how we're going to open the natatorium. We need 2 directors to run all the programs right, and so we knocked it down to 1, backing off the programs. We're going to pilot some elementary programs, so it was just left on there. It really should have been in the budget already. So we need it. If you need a longer version, I can give it to you, but we do need it.
Questions?
Yes. I thought this was going to be revenue neutral.
And you said that. So the building open with no people, it already costs chemicals. It's going to be a deficit. Okay, so revenue neutral would be running our meets, having lanes rented out during the school day, and we can do those things, and we can do it without a director, because we as our athletic office can handle that, but it won't service the elementary programs like we can service it. When we went to Mr. Sandoval and I went to Alamo Heights, we went to Westlake, and then we settled on Southwest ISD. And they run an natatorium like it's supposed to be run, not just for competitions and UIL events, but for their school district. And they got a great elementary program that we've studied. I took Stephanie and Claudia the last trip, and it just takes people. And if we don't want to do that and don't want to service our kids in the elementary schools, then we can probably get away with not doing it at the first. But I would like to open it the right way, and if I have a director in there, we can do renting the facility to the other districts around us. We can host meets, but we can start piloting that elementary school program where we're servicing our kids. And let me give you some background. So the vision of this was 3 years ago. Our swim coach is Christopher Vos. He was going the AP route. He was actually shadowing the APs when Madiaski was at the high school and got out of coaching. Natatorium got approved, snatched him back, talked him into it, and this has been our vision together for 3 years now. So when you sent the position to Mars, you actually sent Christopher Vos to Mars. And I want him back because we just need him. That's just been, we've had this plan. He's been working, he's been shadowing the University of Texas, natatorium director. He's in a partnership with Southwest CISD this summer to learn their programs. So to answer your question about revenue neutral, it won't be if we don't have anybody in there.
So I would say that I am fine with having him come in that position. My expectation would be that he would pilot the program, but also grow it so that you're here a year from now asking us to make another hire to help with that facility that will then bring in the funding that will fund both of those positions.
And we have that person lined up already too.
But where does that go though? Like if we approve in our general budget, the aquatics manager, whatever, I don't forget, 65K, 70K, whatever it was. And then they take a gate on a meet or they rent it out. How does that come back to reimburse me for what I paid the aquatics?
You're talking about for the district revenue?
Yeah.
Yeah, it all goes to, I call it the black hole. We don't see anything when we host football games, we host basketball games. It all goes back to a district revenue account.
Which one?
That'd be her.
It's our general revenue account that we get back that just goes right back into fund balance at the end of the year. So it doesn't go back into a budget. If we wanted to bring it back to a budget, we'd bring it as a budget amendment to you and say we got $80,000 and now we want to put it in, athletic budget, and we'd ask for you to do that. Otherwise, it just goes into our revenue account.
I just seem like we should account for this facility, the revenues in and the revenues out, especially if Ms. Halsey's going to want a second person at some point. I'm going to be like, man, I didn't see any of the first money.
Right. Well, we are going to account for everything for the natatorium in a different accounting fund number. So everything will go back to that accounting number. And so we'll be able to track all the monies that they get during the year.
I mean, I think that makes a special sense if we're talking about changing the food allocations, which having worked with the Booster Club this year on figuring out the food allocations, it's very difficult to feed a team when they're out of town on the current budget. So whatever changes they're going to make. But I think that the more we track and the more that we say, like, this is the gate and this is how much we recouped here and this is where this is going and this is what the output is, so we can see that across all of our extracurriculars, the better off it'll be.
You're talking like when we track the infamous scoreboard.
I remember that. Yeah, you showed the revenue that came in from the ad generation, and I could kind of see, we got this much. Wasn't quite as much as Ms. Treat said, but yeah, something like that would be useful. Or else it's hard for me to, especially if they ask for any future investment. I mean, I don't think chemicals and service are going to be really that expensive. I mean, I service my pool. It's bigger than our pool, but it's like $170 or something.
Yeah. So the biggest. So here's the long-term plan. The meets and and this renting the facility, that'll be about a neutral. It's building a swim club, and Southwest CISD has got a great model for us to build our own LLC and then really generate money back into the program. And there's not a good swim club in the area, so that's the ultimate goal for Coach Vos and Coach Dawkins.
And then we lease the pool to the swim club?
Say it again?
And then the district leases the pool to the swim club?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the answers.
Yep.
All right, so back in front of you is our compensation plan. We do have the different proposals. So we have option 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4 that was in your board book.
Can we get it on the PowerPoint, please?
It's on here. Technology, can we cast it?
We can see it.
Can y'all see it on your
Yeah.
screen? Okay. So in front of you are the different options. As requested, option 1 was to bring forward a balanced budget. However, option 2, 3, and 4 are different options available. If you should choose to pick one of those, our finance team has kind of shown you the breakdown of classified, professional, teacher benefits, longevity, stipends, and then your total with M&O.
Go ahead, Mr. Haddad.
Ms. Halsey, I make a motion that the board approve option 4 for general pay increase, representative of a 2% general pay increase.
Can I just make a comment, just to make sure that we understand every option up here does have the 350 copy of insurance? Are we good with that?
Yes.
That's what these numbers show. Okay.
I have questions now.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The $350 insurance cap, do we have a projection of what that's going to be going into next calendar year? If we pay the 50%, like what's the difference for staff going to be?
So it's gonna go up to 521, so that difference, so from.
So 171 a month to the employee, for employee only?
Yes, so the difference of 521 minus the 350. That'll be what the employee will pay on option 4.
So can I just do like simple arithmetic and say if I am an employee and now we are capping insurance at the $350, the difference is going to be 171, and I can multiply that by 12, and that gets me what I'm now paying in like my monthly insurance surcharge. Okay, so just for when we get to the next item, that is $2,052. And so under this equation, or this compensation plan, like this eats into all of those pay raises for employees. Like there's nothing left if they were to continue paying their insurance. So just want to talk about that as we go into the next item. But yeah, my motion is for option 4.
I have a question. Option 4 includes a 2% raise for classified hourly staff. Can you give us an idea of what that looks like in real dollars?
So in front of you is a breakdown for the 2% is all the way to the right. Looking at your auxiliary, that could range from $565 annually to $1,197. For clerical, $577 to $1,259, and then for professionals, $1,259 to $3,075. And on a teacher step schedule, that is $1,320 for all of our steps.
Great, thanks. I'm in favor of this plan also, and I plan to vote on accordingly. I would like to see administration come back to the board though with a strategy for getting our district up to what was referenced earlier tonight as a living wage. And just to see, I think that probably wouldn't be a blanket increase across the whole district, but I think that it would be targeted increases to ensure that all of our employees are able to live on the pay that they receive from the district. Any other questions?
So I did the math too. So we're giving a $2,000 pay cut because we're capping insurance for anybody who has that. And that's not going to be balanced out in this pay raise, even with 2%. And I don't know that I'm against doing the 2%. I just want to be clear, we do not have the ability to do both. And so I think what we're doing here tonight is we're going to choose one or the other. We're either going to give an increase in pay, but the insurance costs are going to go up, or we can keep the insurance cost and there will be no pay increase. And I don't like either option, but I think we need to be honest about the reality of our financial situation is that I think all of us would love to keep the insurance, continuing to cover all the insurance costs and also give raises, and we're already putting ourselves at a $2 million deficit by choosing this option. I think it's pretty similar if we went the other road correct. If we did no raise, but we kept insurance, we'd be at about $2 million deficit as well, right? Okay, so we're making a decision here. It's gonna affect some people more than others, and that's important to say too.
I'm sorry. So again, these figures that you have here, so once we go back and do the calculations, so some of your benefits are percents. So the more your pay goes up, the percent, so the benefits will change a little bit. So we'll be right around the, 2.2, 2.3 million when we're all said and done, just depending on how that lies.
And that's, I'm sorry, that's for
like
keeping
the workers'
insurance?
comp, the fringe benefits that the salary is based upon.
Your Medicare, your workers' comp, all that.
Go ahead, Mr. Adavo.
So is there a reason why those calculations aren't in these formulas then?
They're not in here because you have to prepare each plan individually as you go, and they take a while to get them done. So we got one plan done, and then we just ran over the benefits, just kept them the same.
Okay. I hear you. So I'm actually voting for like a larger number than what is presented here tonight in either of those, in any of these options, except for option one. Is that safe to assume, or you ran the calculations for the
No,
additional?
option one it should be correct, because
But
those are the percentages that we have right now.
But all the other ones, there's kind of like a question mark out there of like what
Yes,
those.
and like workers' comp is like a 1.45%, and the others could be, 0.25% or something. So they're small amounts, but I'm just saying, I don't want you to say that I'm gonna come back and it's a little bit more than the 2.067, because it is gonna be a little bit more once you put the raises in the calculation.
But option one includes the insurance with a cap.
Yes, they all do. They all do.
And if we didn't cap it, it would be this cost plus $2 million.
The insurance that we took out with the cap, you would add 1,620,000 back in. If you left it at a 484, what we're doing currently.
So on option four, would that make it 3,000,006?
If you add the 1.6 back, if you wanted to keep insurance at 484, now if you wanted to put the insurance back all the ways to 521, because that's what it's going up, then you would increase it another 423,000, right? 423,000.
Yeah, just the difference, I'm sorry, just to try and clarify, because I know you were curious about the cap. Essentially, if you go up about $50 on the cap, so like 350 to 400, it would be an increase of about $625,000. So if you kind of took it to 350 to all the way up to where we stand now, the 484, that would be about close to about 1.7 million of an increase in addition to the amount there. So just to kind of give you an idea, it's about 625,000 if we increase every $50 on the cap.
And I'm sorry, it's late, I'm tired, it's been a long day, so forgive me if this is in here somewhere. Do we have the number if we were to not do a pay raise but continue to cover the insurance? Do we have that number?
If you were going to cover the entire insurance, that would be, you mentioned it was about 2 million, it's about 1.7. That's just covering the insurance all the way up to the 521.
Okay, and that's not with any additional pay raise, that's solely that?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
And that's an approximate number, it's pretty close to that number.
Okay, thank you.
So if we only did insurance, though, only half of our staff have the insurance, right? Only about 500 and something people have the insurance.
547 employees.
547 have the insurance, and we went
Have
up.
the employee option, just employee only
Just
option, I'm sorry.
employee coverage.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the past, they've been having to make up the difference anyway.
No,
we
no,
paid
we
the
paid
full
the full
amount.
amount. Yeah, we've paid the full.
We paid full. And that would be 1,000,007, you said?
It's approximately about 1.7 million, yes, ma'am.
Ms. Keen?
I have two questions. One is just a reminder for retirement purposes. Even if we're at net neutral for a teacher pay, for them to have the pay increase is better for retirement than for us to keep the insurance and keep their pay at the same. Okay, that was question one, but that only applies to teachers, correct? Oh, everyone. Okay, that's very helpful. And then the second question, which maybe you can answer, is so we have employee insurance. Does that mean that with this rising cost, our teachers would not be able to use the marketplace? Are they required to use this insurance because we provide it, or do they have other options outside of my spouse has insurance or things like that?
So typically, because we are an employer and we're offering an affordable health plan, the marketplace wouldn't apply.
Any other questions? I agree that it's. Ms. Cantu, did you have a?
I'm just, I'm weighing the fact that we've already had a motion and a second on the option 4, which includes the capped insurance. That's what the motion's on the floor right now?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And that puts us at 2 million deficit, 2,067,000 deficit.
But our next agenda item is that health insurance. So that's, we can make that decision separately.
Okay.
All right. Got any other questions? Are we ready for a vote? All in favor of the motion to approve option 4, please raise your hand. Opposed? That motion carries 6-0. The next item is to consider the approval of the 2026-2027 district health insurance contributions. I just want to clarify, because I think I just heard, I wasn't sure how I heard it. I thought that I heard you say that if we kept it at 484, which is what we currently pay, that it would be an additional 1.7, but then I thought I heard you say that if we increased it to 521, which would cover the full increase, that then it would be also 1.7, and that seems not possible.
No. Right now, the option 1 plan already has the 484 in there. I'm sorry, it has 350. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
So I'm saying, I want to know what, I thought when you said go from 350 to 484 would be an additional 1.7, and I thought also if we went from 350 to 521, it would be 1.7. So I want to know what the actual cost of 484 is and what the actual cost of 521 is.
So 484, which is what we contribute now with the rising costs, would add to option 4 that y'all saw an additional 1.7.
Okay, so then if we increase to 521, what would?
An additional 461 to that.
So 2.1. Okay. Thank you.
With raises, maybe it's 2 years. I guess I don't get why this is a separate agenda item. I mean, option 4 included a $350 cap and contributions. Why are we voting on that again? Why is it set up like this? I don't remember doing this before.
So our understanding was a lot of these items were requested from the deductible and how many individuals are on each plan. So that's why it was shared. If you choose not to, then it stays the 350.
I see.
Mr. Arredondo.
So thank you, President Halsey. I just want to chime in here. I know historically, there was always just this base budgetary assumption that the full cost of insurance was like baked into that base budget for us, which I appreciated when we had the funds to do that. But I will say that
this board or administration never got what I would argue is like the credit for funding it, because it was never like an up and down vote, right? It was just this assumption we would approve the increase. We would never really kind of discuss it, tangentially. We would say, oh, it's, 1.3 million, and then we move on, right? And I appreciate that it being teased out tonight, because for a decade now, we have said, rather than employees taking money home, we've put it towards insurance, at least for those who have chosen, right? And now the unfortunate predicament that I'm in is I decide, right? And I'm giving it up to the employee, arguably, to decide, do you keep it with insurance or do you take it home? I know that for some, that's not a luxury, right? You need the insurance, and I'm still gonna try and finagle what this looks like so you're not losing money year to year. I haven't done the math yet, but like working on it. But I understand why it's separate now, because I just can't do both like historically we could, so.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is not a position I think any of us desires to be in. We would all love to continue to be able to pay the full freight for our employees, but we have very limited options. We're seeing what's happening in districts surrounding us, and I think that as much as I am loath to do it, I'm going to stick with the 350 tonight, just because I don't want to have to go through what we did last year and have to cut a large percentage of our workforce and consolidate positions. And I think this is the best of bad options. So, any other comment or motion? Seeing none, we will move into operations. Thank you. The first item is consideration and possible action to approve Building Abatement Demolition Company Incorporated and approve a contract not to exceed $650,000 for the asbestos abatement at Irene K. Mendez Elementary School.
Ms. Halsey, I move that we approve this item as presented by staff. I do have questions.
Is this within the?
Are you seconding?
Sure, I'll second. For the purposes of discussion, is this within our remaining bond money already budgeted?
That is correct. So as part of the bond budget for each project, we have 4 categories, one being the construction cost, one being the architect cost, one being the miscellaneous cost, and one being the FF&E. So this would fall under miscellaneous.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Halsey, is this specifically for asbestos abatement in regards to demolition, or does this include demolition as well?
It does not include demolition, it's just the asbestos abatement.
So that would be a separate item that comes to us to approve?
The demolition is part of the construction contract that we've already negotiated with Core Construction.
Okay.
They're building the new school.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That motion carries 6-0. Consideration and possible action to determine the construction delivery method providing the best value for the Bowie Elementary site work project as part of the 2023 bond supplemental projects, and to authorize the superintendent to take all action for procedural pursuant to the law and board policy. Procurement pursuant to the law and board policy. Can you explain our options here, please?
Yep, so this is part of the 2023 supplemental bond projects that we approved at the last special board meeting. This is just to approve the construction delivery method. With all construction projects, we have to bring it to the board to approve the construction delivery method. And because we're projecting about 1.5, 1.6 million to get the work done at Bowie. This is just we think the best option is just a competitive seal proposal from various contractors.
Salty?
Yes.
I move that the board approve the use of competitive seal proposal construction delivery method for Bowie Elementary School.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. That motion carries 6-0. Next item is finance. Consider approval of June 15, 2026 for a public hearing on the tax rate and budget for the 2026-2027 school year. I make the motion that we do so.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. That motion carries 6-0. Is there a motion under item 14 to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Ms. Kane. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Thanks, everybody, for all your great schoolwork this year. Finish strong, have a great week, and we'll see you at graduation.